Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. Please note, Chairperson is struggling with her gadget. She will leave the meeting and rejoin now. Thank you.
Honorable members, am I fine now? Am I audible enough?
You are, Chair.
Hey,
Yeah, you are, Chairman.
hey, I struggled. Well, I'm joining now with two devices because I was struggling the first time. Apologies to everyone who is in the meeting for this delay. I mean, like,
Belen boxes I'm
I don't know. The video and the mic were not working. Let me just talk. I'm drenched now in sweat. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, the team that supports the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, the executive, minister, DM, acting DG, the board, chairperson of the board of IDT, and the board members that are in the meeting, the acting CEO of IDT.
Recording in progress.
And the management of IDT. Greetings to you all this morning. Sincere apologies for that small glitch. I think my device needs to be updated because I had a challenge with the mic and the video at the same time. And someone who was born before technology, it was a serious challenge. So sincere apologies for that. Today we're going to deal with the entity IDT, as we started yesterday with the department and PMTE. Today we'll be dealing with IDT and looking at the information that Auditor General has given to us when it audited the books of IDT for 2022-2023, and also the performance of IDT according to the books that we have been given by IDT. As we all know that we are now preparing for BRRRs. So we welcome you all, hoping that all the members that are in the Portfolio Committee will deliberate as constructively as we always do, probing difficult questions where it is necessary. But we do all that because we want the people of South Africa to know what is happening in these entities and to ensure that services are delivered to the furthest corner in South Africa through this entity, which is IDT. With those few words, honorable members, chairperson of IDT, acting CEO of IDT, the executive of the department in the form of the minister, deputy minister, and the acting DG, you are all welcome. Do we have any apology, Lwazi?
Good morning, Chairperson.
Yes.
Chairperson, I have received an apology of Honorable Siklulo, Honorable Van Schalkwyk, Honorable Van Staden, and Minister Zikalala. But
Thank you
the
so much.
Deputy Minister is in the meeting, Chair. It's present.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much, Lwazi, for those apologies, hoping that we note them and we accept them. They will be part of our minutes moving forward. We welcome you, Deputy Minister. We now, let me start with yesterday's note. Deputy Minister, as the Portfolio Committee, yesterday, we were not happy with the absence of both of you, the Minister, and we had acknowledged the apology that was presented to us in the morning of the Minister. But when we were supposed to deal with the department and PMTE, we were then informed you are also not a part of the meeting. And as the Portfolio Committee, we don't take kindly to that, and we can't allow a situation where both of you are not part of the meeting. So please, that must not be done in our committee, because it shows to us as the committee that you really don't respect this committee if both of you cannot be part of the meeting. We accept that if one of you is absent, then the other one is here. But for both of you, and there was a time in which even the acting DG left the meeting, we really didn't take kindly to that. We hope that moving forward, that sort of thing cannot be repeated, because previously we have had apologies, but always one of you was always in the meeting. So for this time, we really didn't take kindly to that, and it's going to reflect in our minutes. We then, I hope that because the committee said that I must really say this today in my opening remarks. We now, Deputy Minister, invite you to introduce the entity IDT and its chair so that it can present to us. Thank you. Over to you, Deputy Minister.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning to the honorable members. Your concern has been noted, Honorable Chair. I don't think that I would want to explain myself here. I will write to you, Honorable Chair, and the whip on my absence yesterday and explain myself, why I was not in the committee and why I had submitted an apology. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. I think that, Honorable Chair, it is correct this morning that the IDT entity is in front of the Portfolio Committee so that we talk about its business and running of the business, and most importantly, what the AG has put before us in terms of the entity itself. And that I think that it is correct for all entities and all government departments to present itself after the Auditor General's report's outcome, because it is what tells us how the entity is being run. And IDT, as our implementing agent and part of our entity, and the type of work that it does, Honorable Chair, I think that it is correct that we do go through their presentations in terms of the outcomes of the Auditor General and their finances. I would then, Honorable Chair, hand over to the officials to then introduce the officials that will present the presentation to us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here with Advocate Lufuno, who's representing the chairperson of the board. I would like to tender the apology for the chairperson of the board who is not available today, chairperson, but I will hand over to Advocate Lufuno to do the introduction before I go through the presentation.
Thank you, DM. Thank you, Acting CEO, for also putting that apology of the chairperson. Over to you, Acting Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure, Mrs. Bellis Swartz, senior management from the Department of Public Works, the DG, and others, and also the senior management from the Independent Development Trust. I would like to introduce the following colleagues from the IDT senior management. With me, I'm with the acting CEO, Ms. Tiwoko Malaka. I'm also with Mr. J. Reddy, acting CFO and his finance team. I'm also with Mr. Chris Maraudzi, the General Manager, Strategy and Planning, and also with Mr. Tumisho Makofane, Executive Program Management Services Unit. I also see Tsepo Rapetwa and other officials from the IDT I didn't mention. I thank you, Chairperson. I'm also pleased to introduce to you the annual report of the Independent Development Trust for the 2022-2023 financial year. Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, you will recall that 2 years ago, the IDT board came into office with a mandate to transform and reconfigure the IDT into a fit for purpose and financial viable entity. And the board found an IDT which beset with several teething problems, which made it difficult for the entity to execute its mandate. Some of the problems include the following: the dwindling revenue amid the withdrawal of business by disaffected clients, capacity challenges created by the departure of critical technical staff, creating more gaps in the entity performance, poor audit outcomes. However, a diagnostic assessment by the board was that these challenges could be addressed, and the performance of the entity, as reflected in the annual report, suggests that much has been done to turn around the entity. And some of the highlights of the reporting period include, amongst others, the following: business generations, a turnaround in the entity fortunes as reflected in the increased levels of the entity portfolio to levels to 6.7 billion, and this portfolio size was last witnessed in the 2015-2016 financial year. Rising levels of program expenditure. Program expenditure for 2022-2023 stood at 3.19 billion, 3.5 billion if we include management fees. And these levels of program expenditure were last recorded in the 2018-2019 financial year. An improved overall performance by the entity in key areas such as the completion of projects within budget, the contractor development program, and the expanded public works program. Rising levels of client confidence in the IDT as reflected in the results of a recent client satisfaction survey in which over 70% of respondents reported that they were satisfied with the services provided by the IDT. Improvements in the audit outcomes. For the second year in a row, the entity received a qualified audit opinion, and this is significant, especially in view of the fact that for 5 consecutive years before the 2021-2022 financial year, the entity received disclaimers audit opinion from the AGSA. Strengthening stakeholder management as part of building a client-centric organizational culture and regaining public confidence. Improved governance, establishing or reviving relevant governance structures and reviewing policies to ensure they align with the latest prescripts and best practices. Reconfiguration, the reconfiguration process led by GTEC in consultation with the department and the IDT board produce a business plan which recommends that there's still a need for the IDT to continue to exist as it plays a critical role in the social infrastructure delivery value chain of the state. The entity awaits feedback on progress in this regard. These are some of the key outcomes of the efforts made by the board, working together with management since it came into office in the second quarter of the 2021-2022 financial year. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I thank you. I will also invite the CEO to provide the details on the annual report. Thank you.
Honorable Chair and honorable committee members, Honorable Deputy Minister, Acting DG and DPWI staff, board members from IDT and my colleagues, good morning. Let me try and share the screen. Chair, is my presentation visible?
It is.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I present I present today, Chair, to the Portfolio Committee on Infrastructure and the annual report and audited financial statements of the IDT. My presentation, Chair, is structured as follows. I will do the organizational and operational context, the summary of performance against predetermined objectives, the 2022-23 financial performance, audit outcome, corrective measures, governance methods, and recommendations. As I have highlighted, Chair, I'm presenting the annual report for the IDT. I'm not going to touch on the mission and vision, Chair, but in terms of the organizational context, Chair, we all know that IDT is a listed Schedule 2 entity established in line with the Public Finance Management Act, and our primary mandate is the delivery of public social infrastructure. In terms of the program context, Chair, I will start with the reconfiguration of the IDT. On March, let me just do this. On March 2023, the IDT, together with the Department of Public Works and GTEC, made a presentation to the Presidential State-Owned Enterprise Council on the state of the entity and its reconfiguration. Chair, we are still waiting recommendations of that meeting, and my understanding is that those recommendations will also be presented to Cabinet. With regards to our business generation, our total value of business portfolio increased by 123% from 3 billion in 2021 financial year to 6 billion for the period under review. And this equates to 110% performance level against a target of 6.2 billion. I must highlight, Chairperson, that actually we had achieved more than this 6.7 billion. However, because we need to provide portfolio of evidence for it to be recorded by internal audit and AG, we had to then settle for 6.7 billion because we had signed agreements with additional clients. But in terms of the portfolio of evidence, we need to provide allocation letters from our clients, and our clients delayed in providing those allocation letters. And therefore, we are only reporting 6.79 billion in line with the evidence that we had for it to be audited. With regards to new business, we are seeing client confidence increasing in how the IDT is performing, and we have signed additional agreements with the national and provincial clients, including Department of Health and Higher Education, as well as some provincial departments in KwaZulu-Natal, Northwest, Limpopo, and Mpumalanga. And you will see in the current financial year, Chair, Free State is also coming through with additional business. To check our performance with regards to our clients, Chair, we performed a client satisfaction survey. And this was done to determine the level of satisfaction of our clients and which areas can we improve as the IDT in terms of the service that we are providing to our clients. And the survey results suggest that the majority of the IDT clientele is happy with the service rendered by the organization. And it highlighted 75% which were happy, and 94% said they would work with IDT in the future, while 89% said they recommend the IDT as an implementing agent to other clients. There were other comments, Chair, where our clients were saying that we are delaying with regards to payments, and also highlighted areas of improvements that we have noted and are currently working on them. In terms of our summary of performance against predetermined objective, Chair, our corporate summary, our scores range from 1 to 5, in line with the description that is highlighted in this table. I will start with program 1 on performance, which touches on projects completed on time, projects completed within budget, new and replaced facilities that comply with infrastructure norms completed, and number of greenfield social infrastructure facilities that comply with infrastructure norms. Chair, we did not do well on the first KPI due to the fact that we were not able to complete this project on time because we are dependent on clients transferring their funds to us for us to be able to pay our service providers. Now, if there's a delay with payments, there are also delays on the ground with the projects. And also the floods that were in KZN affected our project completion, and KZN is our biggest contributor in terms of projects implemented there, with over 600 projects implemented in KZN. We did well on projects completed within budget, and also on new replacement, because we only short of achieving it by 3, and we also achieved on the non-greenfield social infrastructure. Continuing with program 1 performance, Chair, we did not do well with percentage of triple BE, because it also depended on expenditure. So if we are not doing well on expenditure, it affects our performance on the percentage of BE spent. Also, the BE recognized that does not include expenditure on EPWP. Number of contractors participating in the IDT contractor development, Chair, we did well on all the 3 targets. However, there was an issue with AG when they were auditing this target, because it's a 3-year program. And the first year, we are saying we will then put a panel together. The second year, we will train. And the third year, we will ensure that we move those contractors from the higher grade at which they entered in, so that we can show progress in terms of what we have achieved. So there was an issue there if you look at our audit report, but in terms of the first year of the target, which is achieving 60% of the participants, we were able to appoint those participants. We are not doing well on a percentage of people with disability. It's something that we are currently working on, and ensuring that we do include people with disability in our IDT contractor development program. In terms of construction work opportunities created by the IDT portfolio, this will be work created through the infrastructure program. We achieved a 62% on this KPI. With the number of work opportunities created through EPWP, Chair, we overachieved on this target. Our target was 64,000 and we achieved 109,000. We identified a number of issues that we need to address, Chair, to make sure that we achieve all our targets. And here on this slide, I'm talking about the strategies that we have come up with to ensure that we overcome the underperformance that I have highlighted on the previous slides. And this talks to the percentage of projects completed on time, percentage of projects completed within budget, the BE that I have just highlighted, the number of contractors participating in the IDT contractor program, and also the issue of the disability that I highlighted, Chair. We have looked at the capacity of most regions, and we will ensure that we assist them to fast track, especially increasing its visibility on site so that they are able to complete their projects on time. What we have done as well, Chair, we are signing agreements with the new clients to ensure that they give us tranches and not payment for programs on expenditure, because that's what the previous agreement were referring to. We were paid on expenditure and not on progress, not on tranches. So what we are doing now with our new clients and reviewing also the current agreement to say that they must give us tranches so that we don't delay paying our contractors on site, so that they are able to complete the projects on time and also within budget. And in that way, we will able to then achieve the number of targets that we would have placed ourselves on in terms of the number of facilities that we want to achieve. Our portfolio is structured as such. Social development contributes to 31% of our portfolio, and infrastructure facilities 69% share. Our 3-year expenditure trend is highlighted in this slide. Chair, if you look at the previous years, moving from 2019 to the current year, it shows that our expenditure is improving and also our portfolio is improving. And therefore, Chair, it shows that we are working very hard to ensure that we move towards the financial sustainability of the organization and not continue to depend on the grant that we are currently receiving. So the more we get the business, Chair, the more we'll be able to collect our management fee and be able to sustain the organization. Our performance on program 2, Chair, we are talking here about the portfolio of the organization and how we have generated the business in the financial year that is being reported here. So, Chair, we did well in terms of what we had aimed to achieve in terms of the target for value of business, which is the target of 3.5 billion for confirmed programs, and the value of business generated on provincial programs. This will be the business generated by the regions that contributes to the overall organizational performance on the business portfolio. We are at 85% of that, and we are working very hard to ensure that in this financial year, Chair, we achieve more than we had targeted for. And in terms of value of business generated at national, we have also overachieved on this program. And also the value of program spend, we were at 63%, because, Chair, as much as we have signed for new business, the implementation does not happen immediately. And that's why it's important. And that's what we say to our clients, that we need to then receive the business in the financial year before the expenditure, so that the planning happens. And the following year, it will just be expenditure, because the delay is as a result of the planning that happens while we have concluded the agreement and signed for new business. So that's why if you look at the value of business generated, it's higher, and the program spend is a bit lower because of the challenges with planning and allocation letters that we get from our clients. This also is affected by the delay to payment to service providers due to the reasons that I have previously highlighted, that we get money from our clients a bit delayed. Continue with program 2 on a program on management fee collection, percentage of compliant program invoices, and percentage of compliant overheads, Chair. We achieved 76% on collection of management fee. Management fee collection, Chair and portfolio committee members and Honorable Deputy Minister, is dependent on expenditure. So we can only collect management fee once we have realized expenditure, because it is a percentage of the program expenditure in relation to all our clients. A percentage of compliant program invoices, we are at 85%. Percentage of compliant overheads invoices paid within 30 days, we are at 63%. We have also come up with strategies, Chair and portfolio committee members, to deal with the underperformance on those targets that we have not achieved. And those relates to the value of new business, value of program spend, and collection of management fees. And we are saying, for us to increase our business, we will continue as an organization to engage new clients and ensure that we increase our portfolio. As I have highlighted that already, Free State is on board. We are just about to sign. There are other provinces that we are also engaging on. And also, Chair, almost 90% of what the IDT does depend on supply chain management because we have to procure. So we have also tried to increase capacity on SCM. This will also assist in ensuring that our procurement moves quicker and then there is implementation on site, and also continue to engage clients with regards to collection of management fee so that we are able to pay our service providers on time. Chair, I will hand over to the acting CFO for the financial performance. Jay?
Yes, comrade. I don't know where Chair is, but you can hand over to the financial performance.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Jay, you can come in. Let me just try and call him, Chair. I can't see the participants when I'm on the screen.
Okay, it's fine, you can do it.
Chair, he says he's fine on his side. I'm not sure if other members can hear him, but I can't hear him.
No, we can't hear him. He must change. Apologies, honorable members. I have a bout of flu and we can't hear the acting CFO.
Yeah,
not at all.
because he's unmuted. Jay, we can't hear you. Let me try him again.
Can he do what I did earlier on to leave the meeting and then rejoin when you have such challenge? Because we can't hear him, not at all.
And he's unmuted.
Yes, I can see that.
I see you are in. I still can't hear you.
Can he also be given hosting rights? Oh yeah, it's fine. Can we then speak, try to speak acting CFO? There's definitely something wrong with either the device or his mic.
He has left again. I see there are other finance members on the waiting room. Maybe if they can admit them, Chair, and then they can assist with the presentation.
Okay. Razi, please admit all those. Or else, if you are in your offices, then you must go to another office and use that device.
He's in the waiting room.
Okay. Razi, can you admit all those?
Done, Chair.
Okay.
Jay, I see you are unmuted, but I still can't hear you. I think maybe if you can just change your device, and then in the meantime, Chair, I can go to the governance matters while Jay is logging in and out, so that we don't waste time. Chair?
Yeah, yes. Sorry. There is someone trying to speak. I don't know whether it is what. Okay.
I wonder whether the person can hear us, Chair, because clearly he is trying to present, but there's something seriously wrong there. I think somebody else of the IDT needs to continue.
Yeah. Let me see the finance. Elisha, can you hear us? Can you take over on the financial part?
Yeah, you actually.
Okay, I will just do the screen slideshow and then you can take over. He will let us know if he is fine now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, CEO. Morning, Chair and colleagues. In terms of the financial performance, the program expenditure as at 31 March 2023 was 3.3 billion. And the target was 4.5 billion for the financial period. This is compared to the 3.5 is the amount including what the management fees. So of the 3.3 billion, we managed to collect management fees of 200 million for that amount. The operating cost deficit amounted to 14%, and we had a 70 million, which was a deficit which was managed to be funded by the government grant. We can go to the next slide, Chair. In terms of the cash and cash equivalents, as at the end of the period, there was 143 million sitting in the bank account. But it should be noted that of this 143 million, 94 million did not belong to the IDT. So this was cash held on behalf of departments, and it was not yet transferred to the respective program accounts as at year end. In terms of the receivables at year end, we had a 91 million at year end. This was before the impairment that we had provided for. So we did provide a provision for impairment for 28 million as required by GRAP for us to estimate the probability of amount that we might not collect for those receivables of 91 million. In terms of the program assets, as at year end, we had a value of 2.1 billion, which was an increase of 36% from the previous financial year of 1.5 billion. We can go to the next slide, Chair. Okay, so on this slide, we are just indicating the breakdown of the program expenditure that we incurred during the financial year. So from the top there, it's just an indication of the total amount that we received from the client departments. So we had an open balance in the bank statements of 656 million, and we did receive 4 billion from the client departments, and the interest earned was 65 million. So all in all, in the bank accounts during the financial years, there was almost 5 billion. Then in terms of the expenditure that we incurred, we did incur 3.3 billion expenditure. And this is including NSS of 1 billion. Then of this, we did incur 241 million as management fees. So all in all, the total expenditure that we did incur was 3.5 billion. This slide will just also indicate the breakdown of the program assets and liabilities that IDT had at financial year. So you'll notice that at the end of the financial year, we are sitting at 2.1 billion in program assets compared to the 1.5 billion in the previous financial year. And in terms of the interest paid to clients, there was basically no movement in terms of comparison to the previous financial year. So this is interest that we pay to clients for late payments. So this will be out of IDTs as the client departments may be delaying not transferring the money to the IDT so that we can pay over to clients. So in terms of the line by line basis, you will see that there was a significant increase on the program cash and cash equivalents, but the rest of the line items, they basically stayed the same compared to the previous financial year. So this speaks to the program expenditure that we did improve from the previous financial year. We can go to the next slide, Chair. So this slide talks to the cash flow projection of the IDT until the period of next year, the year end. So we are just indicating there to say the cash inflows that we're expecting as the entity and also the cash outflows during the financial year. So you will notice that in terms of the projections for the October 2023 period, we are expecting a cash outflow of 19 million, and also December and January, we are expecting cash outflows. So for November, we are also expecting a cash inflow. So this one, you will notice that it will be affected by the grant that we are expecting to receive from Public Works. So in terms of the cash flow projection challenges, we have recently, after the financial year ended 31 March, we did request funding from Public Works in terms of the grant so that they can fund the 81 million deficit that we had projected for our 2023-2024 financial period. And we are expecting that during the next few months, we'll receive the grant going forward to fund that 81 million deficit in our budget. Okay, thank you, Chair. I will hand over to Mr. Mabunda to take us through the 2023 audit outcome and corrective measures.
Good morning, Chairperson, colleagues, members of Parliament. I'll be taking you through the audit outcomes of the 2022-23 financial year. So in the 22-23 financial year, we received a qualified audit opinion, which was consistent with the prior years. However, in the prior year, there was an improvement from a distinct audit opinion. So the expectation was that we were going to improve on last year's audit outcome. However, we were faced with a couple of challenges that in the main, some of them were due to factors that were out of our control. And we had constraints as well within our organization in terms of the speedy correction of last year's findings. according to our audit action plan. We can move to the next slide, Chair. So the paragraphs in the audit report, so the matters that resulted in the qualified opinion stem from program assets and liabilities, where there was an issue of completeness of expenditure where we had received goods or services, but there was evidence that that was not yet recorded. And we also had issues where transactions relating to prior year were included in the current year's accounting records, thereby overstating the expenditure for the current year. And on irregular expenditure, Chairperson, on this one, the implications were overreaching. We've received training by our colleagues from National Treasury on the new framework to report on irregular expenditure. And upon completing that training, we realized that we had to go back to the last year the year that irregular expenditure was last condoned. And so subject all those transactions from then, and I think our determination was that the last time that it was condoned was 16-17. And in this year, we had to subject all those transactions from 16-17 or 17-18 to 2022-2023 to a process of detection, assessment, investigation, to where we'll be able to confirm all those transactions that were identified to be in contravention with any laws as irregular expenditure. However, because of time constraints and other resources, we were not able to conclude that exercise before financial statements were due for submission to the AGSA. And then the next one would be related parties. However, before I move from irregular expenditure, just maybe highlight that as an action plan post the audit, we are now undertaking a process of formulating a policy in terms of reference for a loss control committee, which is required by this framework for irregular expenditure to confirm all those transactions. So we anticipate that by year end this year we would have completed the register and we would have disclosed in full in the annual financial statements of the 2023-24 financial year. And then on related parties, there is a requirement that we need to disclose all entities that we are related to by virtue of reporting to the same governing body. And there were gaps in that. We only disclosed our sister entities that only belong to the DPWI portfolio. But going forward, we'll extend the assessment to include all those that we would have transacted with, or we are reporting to the same portfolio with. We can move to the next slide, Chair. Okay. So I think just in a nutshell, so we have for these 4 paragraphs, we have initiated a process of corrective measures for the next financial year. We anticipate to conclude the process by end of November so that we can subject the action plan to a thorough audit process by our internal auditors to determine whether our action plans are effective or not. So if they are found to be ineffective, we can correct in the remaining 3 months of the financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, if you allow me, before I go to governance matters, I would also like to touch on the our audit outcome. In terms of the findings, Chair, there are findings still that relates to litigation. Chair, this finding, we are really trying to deal with it and reduce our litigation bill. However, it's dependent on our clients paying us so that we are able to pay our service providers and they don't litigate against us. So it's a finding that will be there, but we are trying to reduce the litigation bill significantly. One of the findings also related to lack of proper internal controls. Chair, if you remember, in the previous financial year, there was no proper, the 2 previous financial years, there was no proper internal audit. However, we now have a fully fledged internal audit and they've been assisting us throughout this year that is under review to make sure that the organization has proper internal controls. There was also a finding regarding to supply chain management policies that were significantly outdated. Chair, they have ultimately been presented to the board and they have been updated. And Chair, there are consequence management that has been taken against officials who caused this delay, because as IDT, 90% of what we do depends on supply chain. I'm not going to charge Chair on the irregular expenditure. However, it's something that we are taking very serious. We are working on it to make sure that the irregular expenditure is investigated. There's a loss control committee as highlighted by my colleague. There was also a finding, Chair, on lack of consequence management on investigation cases that were historical. And this relates to cases of 2016-17 where consequence management was not taken. And we have, when we came in 2021, taken action on some of the officials that were implicated. However, there was a finding that related to the board then, and we will escalate that finding to the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Deputy Chair. On governance matters, Chair, we have a functioning board that was appointed in July 2021, and the board has had 10 meetings during this period that is under review, and the board committees are all fully functional and they are fulfilling their oversight responsibility. They were fulfilling their oversight responsibilities during the year. In terms of the compliance record, Chair, this is what we are submitting, that we submitted our 4th quarter report on the due date and the annual report to National Treasury and DPWI and to the AG also in time in May. And the public entities performance review meeting was held, chaired by the Deputy Minister, and the 1st quarter submitted to DPWI and Treasury. So Chair, here we are trying to show the portfolio committee that we are compliant in terms of our obligations as an organization to comply with regards to submission of statutory reports that are due to the shareholder and National Treasury and also to the portfolio committee, Chair. That's the end of my presentation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO and your team for this presentation. In fact, starting from the acting chair up to the last speaker. Am I still in the meeting?
Yes, you are.
I don't know what is happening in my device. Okay. Sorry. I now invite honorable members to comment, ask questions, probing questions on the report that has been presented to us. I want to see, okay, there is a hand of Honorable Matebula, Honorable Tring, Honorable Siwisa, Honorable Mashele. Those are the... Okay, and Honorable Njobo after Honorable Mashele. Honorable Matebula, please bear with my...
Sorry, Chair, before Matebula comes in, the screen is distracting some of us, honestly speaking. I don't know if it's you or it's the last presenter, but it's very distracting. Thank you.
Thank you. That's why I thought that I am in a meeting or not. It was that screen. Okay, Honorable Matebula.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to your good self, the whip of the committee, fellow members of the committee, IDT staff, and our staff that is assisting us here on this platform. Thank you very much for the opportunity once again, Chair. Well, let me start by saying that I welcome the report as presented. And I also want to applaud the IDT for the work that it has done for the past 2 years since the board came into place. After many years of not having a board or having a board that was not functional. You know, the board that was there then, it was in shambles. But what we are getting here today as in the form of a report, it is heartening, it is giving hope. And I must also applaud the IDT for the qualified report in terms of auditor's opinion. We remember that we are from an era wherein IDT used to get a disclaimer. So now we are talking about a qualified. We will move to unqualified, then clean audit. That is very possible, looking at how they are working. And also, Chair, it is quite pleasing to see that when they come up with, when there are projects, projects get to be, there are projects that get to be completed. And that also, it is a good thing that projects get to be completed and monies that are spent on those projects, even though not all of them, but this is also a good thing. And the fact that there's a good relations or strengthening of stakeholder relations between IDT and stakeholders, I think that's good. I hope that it will continue happening. Also, Chair, I must also indicate that in terms of the target with regard especially to the issue of job creation, in terms of creation of jobs, in terms of EPWP, I say that IDT has overachieved. The target in terms of the target. As I have indicated yesterday, even to the department and the entity, that we are currently struggling with the unemployment rate, and this, if it happens, it helps the country in a big way. So that is quite very good, Chair. However, Chair, I think it is also a bit worrying that there are contractors, or there are instances where contractors are not paid in time. Well, I hear IDT qualifies that by saying, no, our clients are not paying us in time. That is bad. But Chair, must also indicate, as I said, that they've indicated that they have strengthened, or they are strengthening stakeholder relations. So my take is that the clients, they are part of the stakeholders. I think it should be easy for them to engage one another and to say, please do pay us on time so that we are able to pay the contractors. I'm saying this, Chair, because you can imagine that you are right from COVID, your business is struggling. Was struggling and still struggling during COVID, it's struggling now. And there you are not paid in time. We have seen as a result of this, Chair, where companies get to be closed down and people get to be, unemployed or retrenched. And this happens in the majority of businesses that are owned by young people, in particular Black people. So this cannot be, it cannot go on without us saying something and IDT doing something. And I wish IDT could give us as to how are they trying or how are they going to remedy the situation. Chair, well, I have also heard about the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure. But Chair, well, I hear the excuse to say, no, by the time we came to this meeting, we had not completed the issue of irregular and wasteful expenditure. But for me, it's very key, Chair. You had all the time to prepare a full report. You knew 3 months back or even more that you are going to come and present this in with regard irregular and wasteful expenditure. And yet you decided not to come with a complete a report on this irregular and wasteful expenditure. And you are saying that it will be included on annual report. Well, we got it from the AG's office yesterday. Because of the high amounts of irregular and wasteful expenditure, they have come up with mitigating measures to say that you are now, it has to be now part of the annual report instead of financial statement. But here you are not saying that it's not part of the financial, you are going to put it on annual statement, not because of the fact that the AG has advised so. It's because of the delay that you had coming to this meeting. And Chair, and another thing, Chair, which is not actually clear here, is that yes, it is common cause that you have irregular and wasteful expenditures, but you are not saying how are you going to cap. You are saying that you are going to try and minimize them, but you are not saying how are you going to do that. I'm saying AG says irregular and wasteful expenditure will no longer form part of financial statement, but it will form part of annual statement. This is to say we are going to mitigate this, and this is the way to mitigate it. And this is the form of which we want to hear that how are you going to mitigate it. In fact, we don't want to see altogether, even though I know that it's going to be a bit difficult. But because this, we know that it's a problem across the departments, the entities. It was also indicated that the majority of you as entities, you've got that particular problem of irregular and wasteful expenditure. Chair, I also want to know, it has not been indicated in any of the reports here, the issue of fraud and corruption, if there are any. Do we have any fraud and corruption issues? And if you have those fraud and corruption issues, how much have they affected you financially? And what are the measures what are the things that we have done in order to ensure that those who commit those acts of fraud and corruption, they do not continue, and you send a clear message to would-be people who want to commit fraud. Chair, there is also a matter of litigation bill. Well, sometimes you need to talk to one another in order for you to save government money, by going to courts and so on. There are ways and means that you can engage one another, you see. So this is one way of trying to to mitigate or to lessen the litigation bill. For instance, here we've got a deputy minister, and you know that, say, for instance, you can ask the minister to talk to his equal or her equal to say, no, please do pay, instead of you rushing to courts. But also, Chair, I just want to know these litigations, how much are they? How much have they charged, cost the IDT? And were these litigations against or for? And how much of those that were against and how much those were for? And of those litigations, how many that we have lost so far, and how many that we have scored victories? Chair, as I'm coming to an end, my last point, Chair, is with regard to the issue of flouting supply chain management processes. It was also yesterday wherein the AG has told us in no uncertain terms to say, including the department, all entities, you do not comply with key legislations when it comes to procurement processes. Well, I hear you say you are taking steps against those who are flouting the supply chain management processes. I think that is good. We want you to stay the course on this one. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matebula. Honorable Tring.
Good morning, Chair and colleagues, and thank you. Chair, I first want to just welcome your comments on the accountability of the Minister and the Deputy Minister to this committee. I think it cannot be overemphasized, but it's crucial that the Minister and the Deputy Minister are present, because it sets a bad precedent if they are not. So thank you for raising that this morning. Secondly, Chair, I just would like to remind also the officials and colleagues of the IDT that members of this committee fought very hard for the continued existence of the IDT when there were those who actually sought to dismantle IDT. So there were long and hard discussions that this particular committee had in order to see the value that we saw in IDT come to fruition. So it's been a long road, but we welcome some of the improvements that we are seeing. Chair, when it comes to business generation, there was some 6.9 billion with an over 100% increase on the targets that was set. So that's welcome. The business generation of 6.9 billion with over 100% increase. But one of the challenges for it not being even higher than that was that letters from clients were not received. Now, if you wish to continue to generate business and one of your challenges is just a letter that has not been received, for me, the little thing, it's that little thing that spoils the entire vine, so to speak. And unless you address those little things, we're going to continue to see, business generation not going to its maximum. So I just wanted to know what has been done to address that, to make sure that the letters from clients are actually received on time. Secondly, Chair, we've got projects that have been completed on time is just 22%. I recall reading in one of the Auditor General's comments that what this basically does is that it now encourages sister departments to want to take on and build and do their own projects rather than having IDT to do it. So if you have a 22% projects completed on time, it's certainly not a good reflection. We understand that this is as a result of clients and sister departments perhaps not paying on time in their tranches and it's not coming on time. But again, this is something that certainly would need to be improved. And perhaps one needs to really look at the contracts and penalties and so on that need to be incurred by your sister departments, and we need to look at how this can actually be properly enforced. Chair, it's unacceptable that the target for people with disabilities has not been met. The target is 0% met. And it's a very small target. I can't recall, I think it was about a 2% or so. And that target is not met. And I think that each one of us on this particular committee, if the department is having a problem in procuring the services of those with disabilities, they can come to us. And I personally also work with people within the disability sector, and they're struggling. They are struggling. And it's not acceptable, Chair, that people with disabilities are not being included. Then the value of business that has been achieved of 3.5 billion. I think for me, 3.5 billion of business achieved is really small as compared to the vast and the large scale that is available, the large scope of work from government that is available. So clearly, Chair, I certainly would want to see an increase in terms of the amount of work, the value of work that the IDT is accruing and achieving as compared to what is out there. So 3.5 billion, while it's a welcome improvement from the previous years, but I still feel that it's very small as compared to what can be done. Chair, then I would like to ask for the presenter on the finances on program 2, I think it was. When it looks at the variance on new business generated, the variance there, Chair, does not tally. When one looks at business generated or the target and what was achieved, and then there was a variance, it was about 900 million, I think, and achieved was some 800 million, and the variance there from what I saw was over 200 million. So I just want to verify that, and it seems as if from my side there was an error, but it was something that I only saw now and just wanted to actually check that. That was, I think, on program 2 of the finances that was presented. Then also under finances, assets and liabilities, there was a small amount on that was reflected there on penalties incurred under expenses. I'd like to know what were those penalties that IDT incurred. It was a small amount, but nonetheless, what were the actual penalties that were incurred under expenses? Chair, just perhaps a comment. If the IDT really runs a tight ship, if the IDT runs like most businesses actually have to run in order to be a going concern, there would be no need for a grant. And I noticed that the IDT is now appealing again to the department for a grant. But I think that if the IDT just tightens up their ship, just tightens up on the areas that the Auditor General also has picked up on, then there would be no need for the IDT to come to the department, asking for a grant. In essence, asking for a bailout. So, Chair, on the qualified audit outcome, while it's welcome as compared to the early years where we had disclaimers, but it was indicated that for this year's qualified audit outcome, there was no improvement due to factors out of their control. Now, these factors that were listed then was, goods and services received, but not paid. I don't know whether that is a factor out of one's control. You've received goods and services and that were not paid for, but you didn't record it. Chair, that's something within your control. Then transactions from previous years recorded incorrectly. Again, this is something within your control. It's not out of your control. Irregular expenditure from prior years not recorded. This is also, again, something that is not out of your control. It's within your control. Noting that the IDT also has an internal audit unit. These are items, these are things that are within the control of the IDT. And then, related parties, relationships not disclosed. Another item that is within your control that needed to be disclosed. Now, Chair, I would offer that the heads of units of the units, the relevant units within the IDT, your accounting officers, your internal audit units must be held accountable. Must be held accountable. We are told as members of parliament that we are, for example, the accounting officers of our constituency funds. And if we flout the rules, we personally are held accountable and will be held accountable. And it cannot be any different for the accounting officers within the IDT. There has to be accountability for those who do not do what they are supposed to do. Chair, and I think Honorable Matubulo picked up on this, and I would support him on the aspect of, the aspects of fraud, corruption, irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure, the flouting of your supply chain management acts and your PFMA. Where these are flouted, there has to be consequence management, because no consequence management means more of the same. More of irregular, fruitless, wasteful expenditure and flouting of the regulations that are there. And we cannot adopt a laissez-faire approach to this. Yeah, Chair, I think let me pause there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tring. Honorable Suisa.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to everyone. Chair, I think I missed the chunk of the presentation because of this network challenge, and I hope it's not going to sabotage me even now. Chair, I think most of my pointers have been taken by Honorable Matebula and Honorable Sering, especially when it comes to people with disabilities. We all know that there are people who are qualified out there. I don't know whether the posts are being advertised or what advertising mechanisms are being done by IDT to ensure that actually these positions are being advertised so that everybody across South Africa gets access to their advertisements. I'm going to say the same thing that Honorable Thirin said. I think, Chair, we fought a good fight when we came to fighting for IDT because we believed in what IDT can do, and we can see with the report that we're getting today that we know what IDT needs. They know now what they need to do. And for us to fight for IDT to be where it is and still in existence today means that we did a good thing. Even though there are still some hiccups that are here and there, lack of doing payments. They've got a very positive strategic planning that they are implementing, and I hope that it's not going to change anytime soon, but rather they'll go back to the drawing board to find out where are the hiccups, especially when it comes to in the Aegis report where it stated that there is a lack of sufficient evidence to accredit the work that they are doing. So the lack of invoices, the lack of having a proper recording system is also going to dent whatever that they've done in the past 2 years since the new board came in and the new acting CEO came in. So they need to go back to the drawing board. I fully agree with Honorable Tring to say that there need to be consequence management. We can't just put things aside and say and be casual about it. And this is a problem that is across all entities, from the department itself to PMTE. There is a problem of no consequence management in place. And if none is there, then we are going to have the same thing time and time and again, people not doing their work. And then we can't just look the other way, Chair. Coming to the presentation that was done for reconfiguration, as I look at the presentation, the reconfiguration presentation was done on the 30th of March 2023. It's 7 months now. And I thought that maybe the deputy minister can highlight how far is the process that this reconfiguration has been presented to the cabinet itself, because if it's something that's going to improve the work of the IDT, then this thing should have been treated as urgent, and it should have been given the urgent attention as it's supposed to be. And let's see what changes it would make, because so far we are seeing the changes. Yes, it's not as we expected, but taking into consideration where IDT was when we came, which led to it almost being dissolved, and where it is now, sometimes we need to applaud where good work is being done, but it shouldn't make them to relax and think that they are out of the red zone. They are still, let's say they are in the orange there, and then they must not relax. They must keep on doing what they are doing. And I hope that the deputy minister will push it, that the reconfiguration presentation that was done is going to be presented to the cabinet, and that the IDT is going to get a positive response. Because honestly speaking, Chair, the board has come up with so many changes to the IDT, and it's very soothing to see that there are new clients that are coming up. There are departments that want to work, irrespective of the report of the AG, that some of the user departments want to move away and do their own construction, which is of a great concern, because if that's going to happen, it means that we are going to go back to the drawing board, whereby IDT is not going to be able to do what they're doing. I just want to check with the acting CEO if there's been any discussions or negotiations between even the deputy minister, between IDT and human settlement, taking into consideration that, Chair, when we started to come into the portfolio committee, we went to the hub to see all different materials or houses done or built using renovative, taking into consideration also that the changing weather patterns in South Africa and the floods that are happening, how houses are collapsing, how it's becoming expensive even as an individual to build a house. As the IDT have been in any talks or negotiations or discussions with the Department of Human Settlement to promote some of the houses that they showed us when we came, when the 6th administration started in 2019. So if they can rope them, because from the previous reports that we got is that the human settlement is not coming on board, irrespective of they've been called to come and observe or look at the different innovative ways of building houses, very low-cost houses, but very sustainable for the weather of South Africa. So have they initiated again to bring human settlement on board for them to look into that? I can hear that higher education is coming on board, Department of Health is coming on board, but looking at them, at the number of houses that have been built, especially in the 6th administration, I think IDT must start the process to start talks with human settlement to bring them on board, because that one is going to be the highest service provider that they are ever going to get, and sell their ideas of innovative ways of building houses at a low cost. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Susa. Honorable Mashele.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Greetings to yourself, the Deputy Minister, all members of the committee, the support staff, IDT, the board, the acting CEO, and your team. Chair, I'm just going to make one comment, not going to ask any question. Ourselves, as the portfolio committee, we fought with our colleagues, the then minister and the deputy minister, when they wanted to close IDT. And all of us, we agreed that we want IDT and we want it functional. Now, acting CEO and the board, you must know that we did that because we believed in the entity, and we had a particular interest in the entity, particularly the social impact of the entity and its role in that particular space, EPWP in particular. Now, we are happy with the progress. We dealt with your annual report last year. We're happy with how you have progressed. So you must know we're not going to allow you to drop the ball. We are not happy that we're meeting today. You are at standstill as far as the audit report is concerned. We understand that you have not regressed, but you have not moved. Therefore, it cannot be that with the potential that you have, you remain stagnant. And we know that by this time next year, when the committee will be dealing with your annual report, we will not be here. Our term in office will have ended. Now, you must know that if we fought with our colleagues, in the form of the minister and the deputy minister, it therefore means we can also fight with you. We will not expect anything less. We expect more from you. We are going to monitor your quarterly reports because that is the only thing we can do between now and the time Therefore, I want to implore upon you, IDT, to pull up your socks. You have demonstrated that you do have the capacity to do so. By the way, if IDT fails, the masses of our poor people on the ground will pay the price. Expect you to pull up your socks. We expect you to give exceptional services. We expect you to perform. And we're going to have a bumpy ride. But nevertheless, I think my colleagues, Chair, without repetitions, my colleagues have asked the relevant questions that probably one would have wanted to ask. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mashele, though you Your line at the end was so bad, but I think the leadership of IDT has had you, acting chair, acting CEO, and deputy minister. Honorable Njobo.
Thank you, Chairperson, and greetings to the Deputy Minister, the members of Parliament, the acting CEO of IDT, the members of the department. Thank you, Chair. Mine, I'm covered, especially on the issue of IDT, in fact, the performance of the IDT by the last speaker. Mine is not a question or clarity, it's just a comment. GM, yesterday we met the AG. AG was complaining about in the department we don't have the DG since 2019. We have acting DG. Now in the IDT we have acting CEO, we have acting CFO. I don't know when are we going to employ or to appoint the CEO and the CFO. It's been a long time, Deputy Minister. If the DG since 2019, even in your entities, you don't appoint, I think you must do something on this one. The acting, it affects your budget, especially you are going to underspend. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Njobo. Please bear with me. I won't open my video. I'm not in a good space right now. My colleagues, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, have partly covered me in many of the issues that they have raised, especially Honorable Mashele, when he said that, in fact, it was started by all the members saying that we fought for this entity to survive. And as such, we are expecting more from you. The qualified audit opinion, yes, we applauded that last year because we're coming from a term like 5 years where you were getting disclaimers. So we applauded that. So we got a qualified. We were expecting you to move this year, not to remain in the same positions. There are many recommendations that the Auditor General has said that you must do. For example, one of the issues in terms of material irregularities is that VAT payments were made late by IDT, which resulted in penalties and interest of 1.8 million being charged by SARS. There's a recommendation there by Auditor General that an investigation by the accounting officer must be made and disciplinary actions against responsible officials are done so that you can also recover these losses by 2023. So my question then, on top of all the other questions that have been asked by the members, are there any steps that have been taken by IDT to ensure that these recommendations that have been done by Auditor General are made? I am citing this case, for example, this one where the VAT payments were not done, has the management of IDT dealt with this? I mean, this one is a pointed question. What have you done so far to ensure that the monies are recovered, the culprit is disciplined? One of the things that we were saying yesterday is the issue that when it comes to the department and its entities, there is no consequence management. So what have you done in this instance? Thank you. Over to you. I think maybe TM will come later on, but there was a question pointed to her. Over to you, IDT.
Thank you, Chair. DM, I don't know if you would want to start with your question, or I can go through all of them and then we can come as we wrap up.
I think you can proceed, CEO, through you, Chair, and then I can come at the end.
Thank you,
DM. Thank you, DM. I will start with the comments from Honorable Matebula. The IDT welcomes all your comments, Honorable Matebula. With regards to the questions, number one question that you raised was with regards to the contractors not paid in time and whether we are engaging our stakeholders and clients and how are we going to remedy the situation. Honorable Matebula, we are continuously engaging our clients with regards to this payment, and we are pushing rigorously for tranche payments. If you remember, years ago, IDT used to receive only tranche payments from our clients and we were not paid on expenditure. And our turnaround time for payments of service providers was 15 days. And it was in our APP, it was recorded as such. We paid our contractors even within 5 days, within 7 days, because the money would then be in our account. Now, with the challenges that IDT have had in the previous years, we are trying to change our contracting model to ensure that we don't allow our clients to pay us on expenditure, on submission of invoices, but rather give us tranches. So with the new clients, it's happening, but with our old clients, there is some form of negotiations and some resistance that is going there, but we are continuously engaging them. So it's a process that we are continuing to engage and engage and engage until we come to a point where all of our clients will pay us on time, so that we are able to pay our service providers on time. So it's a continuous engagement, and I myself as the acting CEO engage with the clients directly, especially in the regions where I see that there's a gap. So I'll go to the head of departments and to the MEC to highlight the implications of us not paying our service providers on time. With regards to the fraud and corruption cases, Honorable Matebula, we have had cases that we have in the 22-23 financial year that we are reporting. We had 6 cases, 4 were investigated and 2 were closed. So out of those that are investigated, 2 are still in progress. 1 was reported to the SAPS and 1 to the Hawks. So we are taking action against fraud and corruption, and we are dealing with those cases. Maybe, Chair, what we can do as we report quarterly, we will also have an item on fraud and corruption and the cases that we are dealing with, so that we can then report to the committee in terms of what we are doing as the IDT. But we are reporting. There are officials who have been dismissed, especially on EPWP, with regards to the fraud and corruption in the identified provinces. Some of them have been dismissed. Some of them are still going through disciplinary processes. And as highlighted, some are reported to the SAPS and others to the Hawks. With regards to litigation, Honorable Matebula, where we are able to settle, we agree with that line to settle, especially where we are at fault. If we have not paid for a service that was rendered because of a client not paying us, we then agree with that client to say, instead of us incurring litigation costs, the cost that we have to pay attorneys and go to court, let's settle because we do owe this person. So we agree with that client and then they pay us, we then settle with the service provider. But there are cases where you find that, especially with the resuscitation of the IDT, we realized a lot of frivolous cases where people would just come in and say they are being owed, and they would claim old cases where they know that most of the people were not there. So those are the cases where we have to defend, because we cannot pay when, as the IDT, we don't have any grounds to pay, and the claims are frivolous. So we have to investigate and then challenge those cases. But in others where the client still delays and we are taken to court, we have to defend. So in total, for the financial year under review, claims against the IDT stands at 36 to the value of 395 million. And total of claims by the IDT is 17. So we have cases also where we are litigating against our clients, where all records has been done, and we are not agreeing. We also then join our service providers when we go to court, so that the client can pay. With regards to supply chain management processes, Honorable Matamola, you did highlight that we need to stay on course with those, and we do agree. We have put internal controls with our internal audit to ensure that we follow the supply chain management processes in all the regions and even at head office. With regards to the questions you raised on irregular expenditure, we will address it when we deal with all the questions on the audit, and my colleagues from finance will assist me on that, Honorable Matebo. And Honorable Tring, with regards to your question on business generation regarding the allocation letters, that I have highlighted that our business actually could have been more, but there was a delay with the allocation letters. What happens is we sign an agreement with our clients. After that, they will give us a list of projects that needs to be implemented, and then they will give us the budget. Previously, to fast-track service delivery, we would then go on and appoint service providers on those projects, but then later on, we don't get confirmation of budget through this allocation letters. So what we then decided as an organization to say, in terms of putting systems in place so that we don't appoint service providers where our clients have not confirmed budget, we will only continue with those projects once we get those allocation letters. And then now with AG as well, to confirm the business, they need us to confirm with both the agreement that we would have signed and the allocation letters. Now you will find that we sign the agreement, our clients then delay to give us those allocation letters, and it also delays us then in terms of implementing those projects on the ground, because it's a huge risk for us as IDT to continue implementing those projects without those allocation letters. So what we do is, as soon as we sign, we then follow up with them to make sure that they give us approval on the budget through those allocation letters. So it's an ongoing process. Unfortunately, as at the time when internal audit was auditing and AG was auditing, we had not received some of the allocation letters. However, based on the risk that we have picked up, we could not continue. So we then call meetings, sit down with our clients for them to fast track them giving us allocation letters. Chair, it's a risk that I also highlight to our client, that sometimes the bureaucracy as well within client department, it's a hindrance, because we find that for that allocation letter to come to IDT, there are 7 signatories before it goes to the DG for the DG to sign. So it delays from one office to the other, from one office to the other. And it's a challenge that I'm continuously highlighting to our clients, that if they are not efficient themselves, that will hamper IDT. And I made a classical example to one of our clients in Free State that we are going to sign. I said, this relationship will only work if our communication and the timelines that we set in this contract are going to be honored. And I gave an example. I said, as IDT, once you give us a go-ahead and we say, in a week, you will have your scope, but then that scope needs the client to approve it before we can appoint a service provider. And the client takes a month or 2 months before they give us that approval. It hinders us as IDT. And then we are seen as an implementing agent that is not performing. However, in terms of the gates of IMDFs and infrastructure delivery framework, we cannot go on if we don't have that client approval. So it's a challenge, Honorable Tring, that we are addressing with our clients and on a daily basis, on our monthly meetings, on our quarterly meetings with them. With regards to projects completed on time, your comment is noted. It needs to be improved. However, once we resolve the issue of payments, this will affect our turnaround time on projects completed. Yes, in terms of imposing penalties in line with the agreement, it's something that we are looking at. But then you will find that legal says you cannot take another entity of government to court or another client department to court. You still have to follow the IGR process first. So that also delays us, because it means you need to engage before you can then take that client to court. With regards to our target for disabilities, it is correct. We are struggling. However, I beg for your indulgence to engage you outside the meeting. We are struggling with this target to appoint service providers or contractors under this target. So you will find that even though we are trying to ring fence and say this will be only for contractor development will include women, youth, and people with disabilities. We struggle to get a response from people with disabilities. So if you allow me, I can engage you on this, but we are struggling with contractors under this target, so that we can then seek your assistance and refer us to the relevant forums. Honorable Tring, you are correct that the value spent, which is 3 billion, if you look at the magnitude of what needs to be done in the country, and the backlog in our country looks small. However, this is due to the fact that as much as we signed for 6 billion, the delay in planning with regards to this project allowed us only to spend 3 billion out of the portfolio that we had, based on a number of challenges with regards to approvals from clients, with regards to the scope, the budget. But we are working very hard with our clients to ensure that planning is done in advance, and then so that we can speed up service delivery. On program 2, on the target that you highlighted, that we must check it, it might have been, the variance does not tally. I did check it with my GM strategy, and he says it is an error, and our apologies profusely to the committee. It is 141 million instead of 240 million that's recorded, and that's why the variance that you pick up could not tally. And we do note your comment that we need to tighten the chip. Yes, what we had said when the new board came in, we said IDT does not want to depend on the grant. If we have sufficient business, we will not have a need to depend on the grant. However, we were rebuilding an institution that was drowning. We were faced with a number of challenges. We do not want to be dependent on the grant, Honorable. We want to make ourselves financially sustainable. And that's why we are every day, every week, every month, going out there looking for business so that we are able to deliver. Honorable Siwisa, we welcome your comments as well. And you did highlight that lack of sufficient evidence, AG highlighted lack of sufficient evidence to record what we are doing as one of the findings. And I must highlight, Chair, that we are still struggling with procuring a system due to our financial challenges. With the magnitude of projects that we have, and managing them manually, it becomes a huge challenge for even to respond to AG queries. I was in KZN one Saturday where they were evaluating a bid with 1,000 tender documents. You can just imagine one tender that was advertised, and they have over 600 projects. So you can imagine the magnitude of the information that we have to be at hand for us to advocate what we are doing, and also be readily available for AG. So we are working with the department to ensure that IDT procures a system that will enable us then to have all this information readily available. As highlighted, that some of the findings was due to limitation of scope, meaning that we could not provide the documents. It's not that they are not there, but the challenges that we have with regards to IDT not having a proper system. So with the increasing business, if we don't procure a system, the challenge will even be greater. So it's a priority that the department is assisting us on. With regards to your question, Honorable Siwisa, on us engaging with human settlement with regards to the alternative technology, we have started engaging with the Department of Human Settlement in Eastern Cape. However, it's not on alternative technology. It's on, they want us to assist them to fast track service delivery with regards to bulk infrastructure. So it's a discussion that we can start, but we have an arrangement with Agrément SA with regards to the alternative technology, so that they assist us as we go to our clients and advocate for alternative technology. The challenge that we picked up with human settlement, Honorable Siwisa, is that they have an implementing agent, HDA, and sometimes they would say that we are encroaching on the HDA mandate as IDT. So it's a territory that we are treading in very carefully. However, we have started those engagements. Honorable Mashele, your comments have been noted. It's not an outcome that we would have loved to see. We have been faced with a number of challenges. I think we need to be honest as an entity as well. We have been dealing with a number of challenges, some of them highlighted here, some of them that the shareholder is aware of and we are dealing with. But we are working tirelessly to ensure that we don't disappoint this portfolio committee that fought so much for the IDT. So we are working tirelessly with the minister and the DM to ensure that IDT gets all the necessary support for us to improve from this audit outcome. Honorable Njobo, your question on the acting CEO, I will leave it to the DM. On the acting CFO, we do have a CFO, Honorable Njobo. There are disciplinary steps taken, some relating to what the portfolio committee has raised on the audit outcome and the irregular expenditure. So we do have a CFO that is not affected by what you were raising. Chairperson, your comments have also been noted. I will hand over to my acting CFO and the team to address your issues on the material irregularities. However, with regards to the steps that you have asked, what steps are we taking that AG has recommended? My team will also touch on it, but also on the disciplinary process that you have highlighted that we need to deal with the culprits. The issue of the acting CFO is also one of the first step in the disciplinary processes that we are taking in line with the challenges that have been going on in the entity. I will hand over to you, Jay. We can hand over to the Honorable Deputy Minister after Jay has responded. Agani, you can come in and then after Jay. Agani.
Thank you. Through you, Chairperson. I will respond in the order in which the questions were posed, starting with Honorable Matebola, and then provide clarity on irregular expenditure and the exclusion in the financial statements. So the decision to exclude irregular expenditure from the annual financial statements is that of the National Treasury, and what they have instructed is that we only disclose irregular expenditure for the current year under review, as well as that of the comparative year. So for the 2022-23, we would have disclosed the irregular expenditure that was incurred in 22-23 only, and the comparative year, which was 21-22. Now, the idea is that the irregular expenditure that is in the opening balance would be reported in the annual financial statement, and we are required to maintain a register that can be requested at any point, and that register has to be accurate and complete at all points. And what we are currently undertaking now is to ensure that we have covered the opening balances. So meaning that all transactions that could be irregular coming from prior years are fully disclosed, and that we can take corrective action if there is a need for recovery of monies that can also be initiated after the investigations have been concluded. However, there will be a register, and when we report on a quarterly basis, it should be part of that report. So that will include the cases that would have been confirmed at that time, for which expenditure has actually been incurred. And on the mitigation of the occurrence of irregular expenditure, so for the longest time, because of the lack of leadership before the current board was appointed, we struggled to update our SCM policy, and thus most of our, in fact, the majority of our contracts were based on outdated policies that were not aligned with the requirements of the PPPFA and other National Treasury prescripts. However, the policy has since been approved, and it also incorporates a checklist, because in the past what used to happen is that we would go and review transactions after they've been concluded, and by that time, because this is compliance in nature, by that time it's impossible for any corrections to take effect. So for now, the checklists that have been implemented are such that we are able to detect non-compliances before these transactions are taken to the next stage within the bid committees themselves. And so they cover the requirements of the PPPFA, National Treasury Instruction Notes, CIDB, as well as the requirements by trade and industry on designated sectors. So we are of the view that the controls are watertight, and that we'll be able to prevent any irregular expenditure once we fully implement these procedures. So it's also part of our post-audit action plan that all these should be implemented by 30 November. So what we're going to do is that for those that were outside the scope in terms of timing, we'll subject that to the full test using the same checklist to determine whether there were any laws that were flouted there. And then going forward, we'll just monitor the operations within the bid committees. And the other thing that we've also implemented is that we've got an agreement with our internal auditors to look at all the bids that are 10 million and above. So all of them will be subjected to an internal audit process before they are finalized. So before they get to an award stage. And the question from Honorable Tring on penalties. So on our penalties here come from the contracts that we have signed with our service providers in the built environment called JBCC and Proxa. They've got provisions for those service providers to impose penalties on us due to breach of contract. So in certain cases, it would be for standing time where we delay to issue site instructions. So site instructions are those that we would say, now that you're done with the earthworks, you can start building the foundation, or now that you're done with the foundation, you can now start building the walls. So sometimes in most cases, you need approval from the client departments because they are budget implications they're involved. And so those delays would result in penalties being imposed on the IDT because they've got equipment that they've rented and the security as well on site. So it's just for them to recuperate those costs. And then again, on Honorable Thring's comment on factors that were out of our control. I think just to qualify the statement that the background was not even when we presented. However, so the paragraphs that were presented to have led to the qualified audit opinion were as a result of matters that were out of our control. As the CEO has alluded to, say we have issues. So those factors that were out of our control have resulted in the expansion of the scope of the audit. So resulting in additional information that we had to provide to the auditors, as well as extensions of time. And that led to us not being able to address all those misstatements that you alluded to say cut-off issues, and we have completeness of program expenditure. So what happens is that they'll raise a finding and then they'll give us 3 days to go and correct. However, due to those elements that have caused us to provide additional information and extend the process beyond the 31st of July, we were not able to address all those findings in full because of the issues that came up during the audit that were not initially on the engagement letter. And another factor there is that we do have regional audits that are autonomous, in that our client departments in the regional offices also subject themselves to an audit process. And so most of their material transactions would be handled by the IDT. And so you would have auditors coming from there looking at transactions that are not selected by the IDT's auditors. So then there's no opportunity there to share working papers, in that you cannot just take the results of the auditors of the head office and then transfer them to the regions, because the transactions that they're looking at a given point are different. And to respond to Honorable Ndobongwane's question on the steps that have been taken on MI. So the process is still in progress. What we heard is that the investigation that management has conducted highlighted that the failure to pay VAT was due to lack of funds. So this was around the time where the closure of the IDT was impending. The portfolio committee is well aware. I think that's around the time where there was a decision not to close the IDT. However, the damage had already been caused because there was an announcement, and our client departments were already aware that we will not be in operation for the foreseeable future. So we had issues of cash flow at the time, and we were not able to honor our debts, especially the statutory ones. So what we did is that we prioritized salaries and rentals. At some point, we decided that we're going to move out of those buildings and be accommodated at our public offices in the regions, just to cut down on the cost. So the next step in this investigation of non-payment of that, because we've already established that it was due to lack of funds. So the next step is to investigate and determine what action should have been taken, which action would have been suitable for our business status at the time. Was it that we should have maybe opted for being put under administration or business rescue? Would have that been a solution to the issues? But those are the investigations that now we are currently delving into. However, in the main, it was just the lack of funds, and I think by the time that we finalize this material irregularity inquiry, those facts will be clearly stated. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Akane, Acting CEO, I think DM, is DM still in the meeting?
Yes, I am, Honorable Chair.
Okay, I think are there any other points you wanted to bring in, Acting CEO, before the DM comes in?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay. DM, there are questions that are pointed at you as the executive in the department, and we will also then expect you to round up today's presentation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and thank you to the honorable members. Chair, on the update on reconfiguration of the IDT, on the 7-month review by the Presidential SOE Council, following the presentation of IDT business case on the 29th of March 2023 by DPWI, IDT and GTEC at the PSEC level, the assessment by an independent analyst was meant to be done by July 2023 and concluded at the end of September 2023. This should have been followed with consultation with the department and the entity. To date, Honorable Chair and honorable members, no consultation has been done by the PSEC. We PSEC to appraise us on the progress. So once we have been responded to, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we will equally then update the portfolio committee. But that is the status of the reconfiguration of IDT up to now, Honorable Chair. And I think that on the appointment of the CEO, this matter is what the executive authority and the board, and the resultant outcome will require cabinet to rectify the recommended candidate, Honorable Chair. And CFO that we currently have, but is currently on suspension, Honorable Chair and honorable members. That is why today we have an acting CFO who is presenting to the portfolio committee. And Honorable Chair would like to thank the honorable members of the portfolio committee for all their comments and all their guidance in terms of the outcomes of the audit through the Auditor General on the entity IDT, and that we welcome it, and that us as a department, we envisage seeing IDT competing with all other implementing agents like the DBSA, and that they will grow, and that I think that the acting CEO has also commented that they adhere to your comments and your guidance you are giving, that they will improve, and that we are all looking forward to as well, because of the amount of work that the IDT is now doing, that there will be proper systems in place that monitor their work, so that it also becomes easier for the entity to also, when they are being audited, to give the required documents, so that we do not have so much irregularities because of documents that are not being submitted. But we take all the advice and the guidance and the comments, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Thank you very much, Chair.
So much, DM and your team. I indicated that I have a challenge with my device, but someone made it made me to be aware that Honorable Wendy has raised her hand. Sincere apologies to DM. Can you please check? I know that you have summarized everything, but we'll only take this question because when I called on people to raise their hands, Honorable Wendy didn't raise her hand, but apparently she has since raised her hand. After all, I have called other members. I don't want to get this meeting to go out saying that I didn't allow another member to speak. Honorable Wendy.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate you taking the last question. I won't raise the questions that were already answered, but just to add a potential one question is that we've heard overnight that 4 members of the IDT Trust have resigned overnight with a matter effective immediately. And with that piece of information coming up to light, this would seriously hamper the performance and the functioning of this department because these members are crucial to this, the functioning, and this is quite concerning. So if we could have more clarity on the resignations from the members of the trust and how that is going to be managed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alexander. I think this one comes to the acting chair and DM.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I would like to say, Honorable Chair, that the Portfolio Committee, through you, Chair, allows us to respond to this by the Minister writing to the Portfolio Committee to explain this. But what I can say, Honorable Chair, is that we had advertised to replace 2 members of the board who had previously left and that were awaiting for the response and the recommendations from Cabinet Committee on those 2. On the 4 that have resigned, I would please humbly like to request, Honorable Chair, that the Minister responds to the Portfolio Committee in writing. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, DM. We will respect that, and yes, and in fact, I think the minister should in one of them, we will invite him so that he put us on board on what is happening in terms of the board of the IDT. I think we need to do it like that, but would appreciate that response in writing that will be shared to all the members of the Portfolio Committee. On that note, thank you again, members of the Portfolio Committee, for asking and commenting, raising your views on this report. As always, you have been frank and honest when dealing with this entity, as you always do. Really appreciate that, because you want South Africans to know what is happening in this entity. Thank you, Deputy Minister, Acting Chair, Acting CEO, on the presentation of what is happening and the responses that you have presented to us. We hope that DM will get that written a response by the minister on this question, and it will be shared amongst all the members of the Portfolio Committee. In the absence of any announcement, do we have any announcement, Lwazi?
No, Chairperson.
Okay, can we then allow me to adjourn this meeting? We're meeting at 12:30 again, ne?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, we will meet at 12:30. Honorable members, you can remain in the meeting, or you may leave the meeting, but at 12:30 we'll be dealing with another entity. Thank you. If you leave the meeting, use the same link that we used for the second meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.
I was just waiting for honorable members to join. I can see now that they have joined in their majority, and as such, we are creating. The honorable members of the Portfolio Committee of Public Works and Infrastructure, the team that supports the Portfolio Committee from Parliament, chairperson of the Agrément South Africa, and your board members, with you, the CEO of Agrément South Africa, with the management of the entity, the executive of the department, DM, acting DG, and your management. You are all welcome in this meeting. This is the second part of our meeting today, in which we are dealing with the entities of the department, looking at their annual performance, looking at your APPs, and also looking at the Auditor General as assessment of that entity. Yesterday we dealt with the department and PMTE. Earlier this morning we were dealing with IDT, and now we are dealing with Agrément South Africa. We then invite you to present to us your report, and together with how you will be dealing with the recommendations that our Auditor General have sent to you when it was doing your auditing. We know you one of the best performing entities in this department, but we know that there are issues that Auditor General said that you must deal with it. In those few words, I welcome you all in the meeting, and we will then invite chairperson of the board to introduce the report. Over to you, Dr. Malaki.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to the honorable members. Again, let me reintroduce myself, Jeffrey Mahachi, and I'm the Chairperson of Agrément South Africa. It is a pleasure for us to be here today to present our annual report for 2022-2023. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, I'm accompanied today by the Chief Executive Officer of Agrément South Africa, Mr. Richard Somanje, who will be taking us through most of the deliberations of today, but you will also be assisted by the Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Lebogang Madumo, who will deal with the financial aspects of the presentation. Chairperson, maybe with your permission, if I can just remove my video so that I'll be able to do my the first part of the presentation, and then hand over to the CEO to take us through the rest
Recording in progress
of the presentation.
Okay, you may continue, Chair.
Thank you.
With the video off. Thank you.
Thank you. CEO, may I request that you share the screen for the presentation?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm sharing the screen. Let me know if it's visible.
Not yet on my side.
Not yet visible even on our side, CEO.
Yeah. If we can put it on full screen, CEO. Slideshow.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah.
It's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. You can go to the next slide, CEO. Chairperson and members, our presentation outline is as presented on the screen. I'm just going to go through a reminder. I know that some of the members or all of the members are probably aware of our mandates, but just so that we can have a seamless flow, I'll just try and recap on our mandates as well as the requirements in terms of the act that established Agrément South Africa. Then the CEO is going to then take us through briefly about the alignment to the National Development Plan and the alignment to the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on strategic outcomes and the government's 7 priorities. We'll then present our governance structure in terms of the board and the vision mission, and then we will then deal into the external audit reports, which then includes both the non-financial and financial performance, and then make some certain recommendations. Honorable members, as I said, just to do a quick recap of our mandate as Agrément South Africa, we are mirrored towards 5 key mandates of Agrément. The first mandate is actually about providing assurance. As Agrément South Africa, our aim is really to offer assurance to individuals as well as organizations that specify and use our construction-related products or systems. So it is through this assurance that we perform a rigorous evaluation as well as certification processes so that we can ensure that the products, they do conform to the fitness for purpose of these non-standardized construction products. It is critical to know then that as Agrément, we are actually focused on non-standardized construction products, as all the standardized construction products are dealt with by the SABS. So by doing this, providing this assurance, we then assist and ensure then that the end user makes proper informed decisions as well as minimize the risk that is associated with using the non-standardized construction products. Our second mandate is all centered around socio-economic development. And as an organization, we are actually committed to support and promote the socio-economic development in the Republic of South Africa, specifically looking at the construction industry. Our involvement in our initiatives, we believe that they would contribute to the growth and sustainability of our construction sector. And therefore, we should be in a position to impact broader economic initiatives around creating jobs, around fostering our innovation, as well as enhancing infrastructure development. Our third mandate is actually about market adoption, because it is no point in us just not being able to ensure that the products that we certify end up in the marketplace. So we actually support and we encourage the adoption of these certified non-standardized construction products. We also facilitate their entry into the local as well as into the international market without excluding the participation into the African market. The fourth mandate, honorable members, is around risk mitigation. So as one of Agrément South Africa's key roles, our role is actually to assist the policymakers and as well as the stakeholders in minimizing the risk that is associated with the use of these non-standardized construction products. So how do we do that? We then ensure that we provide expert assessments as well as expert opinions to guide the assessment of these products, right? So that we are looking at issues around safety, issues around quality, as well as issues around performance standards, right? So that we, at the end of the day, we reduce the potential hazards and liabilities of these products. The last mandate actually focuses on international recognition. As Agrément South Africa, we inspire to be a globally recognized authority in South Africa, right? So that we are able to be seen then that our products that we assess are actually recognized internationally. So we believe that our international acknowledgement and recognition not only enhances the credibility of Agrément South Africa, as well as the products released in South Africa, but also support the country's position in global trade and collaboration. So, Chair and members, these are the critical mandates of Agrément South Africa. But in order for us to be able to comply with these mandates, we actually have certain operational issues that we need to deal with. The first is that we actually make rules. So we are able to determine, to produce processes and procedures on how to actually issue, how to suspend, how to reinstate, and how to withdraw any of our certificates. We also issue the certificates on certain prescribed forms, as well as make sure that they are gazetted as appropriate. But critical is that when we have issued our certificates, we actually monitor these certificates and we manage the renewal of all these certificates. But last but not least, Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, is that we also establish and maintain a public register of all the applications that we've issued, as well as all the applications that we've rejected, amended, suspended, or reinstated. So this ensures then that any public member who is actually interested in any of the certified Agrément products can actually go onto the register, and the register is available on our website, and see which of these certificates are still current and which ones have been rejected. And through that way, we are also able to minimize the risks of introducing these products to the marketplace. So with the mandate as well as the requirements, Chairperson, let me take the opportunity now to hand over to the CEO and his team just to talk to us about how our plans are actually aligned to the National Development Plan as well as to the department's plan. Over to you then, CEO and the CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good day, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committees, members of the Portfolio Committees, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the Board, Acting Director General, executives of the DPWI, and colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. We are now looking at the alignment to the National Development Plan as far as the planning of Agrément South Africa is concerned. We looked at the 7 national priorities, and we concluded that indeed Agrément does participate in the betterment of the South African citizen. In that, we fully support the initiatives and believe that the fitness for purpose certificates awarded to the certificate holder will indeed contribute towards the economic development, global sustainability, and thereby indirectly support these national priorities as set by the government. Chairperson, on this diagram, we further illustrate the public sector and infrastructure sector in terms of our integrated planning as it revolves around the department itself, supported by the provincial departments and the 4 entities that report to the departments. In this, we achieve the shared outcomes of the sector as well as the sector contribution to the government priorities. And as far as the agreement is concerned to the alignment to the Department of Public Works, we share or aligned with 3 outcomes of the departments, that is productive infrastructure investment, dignified client experience, and optimized job opportunities. We see Agrément as innovator and a stakeholder confidence as we provide assurance to both the users and the innovators of non-standardized construction-related products and systems. Therefore, we seek to transform the built environment. We continue to broaden our geographic footprint of non-standardized products and systems, quality manufactured products on non-standardized products and systems, optimize the use of non-standardized products and systems. These 4 outcomes, Chairperson, it is linked to the 3 major outcomes with the departments, therefore also linked to the government outcomes that ultimately align to the 7 national priorities. The Board of Agrément it's assisted by 4 committees, which is Audit and Risk Committee, Human Resource and Remuneration Committee, Technical Certification and Compliance Committee, as well as Industry Advisory Committee. These committees are necessary to, as they are delegated by the board to perform certain functions while the board is ultimately responsible. It's important that as we continue to influence and inform the industry, this industry advisory, it's very crucial in terms of how we communicate the outcome and the innovation that is happening in South Africa. We continue to be a leading regulator in non-standardized construction-related products and systems in South Africa, and our mission is thus to continue to be for assessing and confirming the fitness for purpose on non-standardized construction-related products and systems, and we provide assurance to the specifiers on non-construction related products and systems, and promotes the process of integration in as far as the socio-economic development in the country, and continue to minimize the risk as experienced or exposed by the users and the policymaker. Chairperson, we also enlist our core values, which is looking at people with respect for who they are, their knowledge, skills, and experience as individual and as well as the team, the reputation, thereby upholding Agrément South Africa's brand through excellence, integrity, as well as quality. We continue to be innovations in our approach. Thus, we inspire introduction of sustainable, innovative solutions and diversity by embracing a dynamic and multicultural environment that respects the individual. And we are accountable in the sense that we assume the ownership of what happened because of one's choice of action. Chairperson, in the previous audit, which is this current year that we are presenting, our annual financial statements and non-financial performance information were audited and signed off as of 31st July 2023. Agrément South Africa achieved unqualified audit opinion with other matters on supply chain management issue. We implemented 83%, which is 10 out of 12 external audit recommendations, and the remaining 2 were on irregular expenditure as are pending condonation by the board. A total of 7 audit findings were recorded in the current year, and management has put in place a plan to implement this recommendation. Our non-financial performance information are outcome-oriented, and in this we promote South African government's objective of economic development, good governance, raising living standards and prosperity of all population. And we continue to promote the introduction of innovative, non-standardized construction-related products and systems for which there are no South African standards. During the period under review, Agrément South Africa indirectly contributed towards the following: supporting the government's objective of socio-economic development, good governance, raising the standards of living and prosperity in South Africa, encouraging and facilitating the use of innovative, non-standardized construction-related products and systems by providing a certification schemes on eco-labeling. Our planned targets versus the actual targets are illustrated in this diagram, Chairperson, where we indicate how we have performed versus the planned. And in some of the instances, we outperformed our plans, while majority as per planned, while others we didn't necessarily perform according to plan. But I will record, Chairperson, to say this is actually a noticeable increase in terms of better performance compared to the prior years. We have the technical services, which is our core mandate, which continue to look at and promote the introduction and the use of innovative, non-standardized construction-related products and systems by conducting technical assessments for fitness for purpose. And we conduct the quality audits, where is to ensure that good quality materials and satisfactory standards of design manufacturing were applicable, erection installations, as well as the applications of all ASA certified holders and licensee systems and products are consistently maintained. In as far as the research and development, this is to ensure and support the business activities of ASA in partnership with other stakeholders concerning the non-standardized construction-related products and systems. In details, this is how we have performed our targets, where we plan to achieve 6 eco-labeling schemes specifications to be approved by the board, and this was actually achieved. We plan to achieve 87% of project assessed and completed within the project timelines. This, Chairperson, was not achieved as the total number of projects managed and finalized within the time frame is 10 out of possible 17, and this is equivalent to 58.8%. And the reason for deviations, for all these deviations, Chairperson, is that 3 projects were deferred to seek additional information from the applicants. 2 projects had pending expect reports. 1 project was pending an international site visit, and 1 project was cancelled in the 4th quarter. We also plan to conduct quality and compliance audit on the certificate in use, that is 85% of the certificates in use, and this was also not achieved as we achieved 85%, which is 187 out of 219 of quality and compliance inspections performed for certificates in use. And the reasons for non-achievement is that the 19 certificates in use there were no responses and refused to be inspected. 10 certificates in use to be audited were deferred to be audited in this current financial year, whereas 3 certificates in use were pending cancellation as there were no production letters and the inactivations. We plan to certify 20 Agrément certificates, and this was not achieved as we achieved 50%, which is 10 out of 20 certificates that were achieved in the current year. The certificates were not approved due to delays in submitting test reports by the clients and the pending site visit. We plan to conduct 4 Agrément certified products and systems market and usage analysis reports, and this was actually achieved, Chairperson. We also plan to sign 2 agreements with specifiers, and indeed this was achieved as with the 2 signed agreements. We signed the MOU with the NHBRC, and also a signed letter of intent was received from Infrastructure South Africa due to the leadership change, and we hope to finalize this process after the letter. The other program with the sub-program is a financial services, where they provide overall financial as well as supply chain strategic leadership to make sure that we achieve efficiency and service excellence. And in this, the finance departments have planned to achieve a clean external audit report without compliance issue. On this one, Chairperson, we didn't achieve as we continue to achieve unqualified external audit reports with other matters. And Chairperson, on this matter, the 2 findings related to irregular expenditure are in the process of being reviewed by the internal auditors before submission to the governance committees and the National Treasury. We plan to spend 96% of the approved expenditures of the approved budget. First, we achieved 69%, which is 41.1 million of the adjusted budget of 59.7 of the annual approved expenditure budget. The deviations here, Chairperson, it's a non-achievement is due to vacancies within the organization as well as the delay in finalizing the procurement project. We plan to pay all our suppliers within the 30 days. This was not achieved as one invoice out of 580 invoices was paid after 30 days. The reason being the invoice was delayed in submitting to on its route to finance. The approved budget with a 4% or less of irregular expenditure, and this one was not achieved as we incurred 5.4%, which is almost 22 transactions of irregular expenditure that was identified during the period under review. The total expenditure of irregular expenditure was 3.2 million of the 59.7 million budget. And the deviation was as a result of non-compliance with the supply chain prescripts. We also plan to spend, to incur less than 4% of fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Chairperson, this one was achieved as we didn't incur any fruitless and wasteful expenditure during the year under review. We plan to conduct 4 training sessions to train the small medium enterprises on procurement and certifications requirements. This was achieved as the training was held in Eric Mulovi Center, 2 in Limpopo and 1 in Free State. We also plan to spend 30% of our procurement spend directed to designated groups, and we spent 41%, which is 6.6 million of 15.9 million on procurement spent to designated groupings. In as far as the corporate is concerned, is that we plan to implement 100% of planned training in line with the approved training plans and budget. We achieved, this was not achieved as we only managed 62% of the planned training per approved budget. And the reason for deviation is that 13 targets, 4 was implemented, 2 employees resigned, 2 canceled training, and 5 trainings are in progress. Chairperson, from here, I will hand over to our CFO, Ms. Leboang Dire, to take us through the financial part. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Good afternoon, Chair, Portfolio Committee members, the DM and colleagues. I'll be taking you through the financial performance for Agrément for the period ended 31st March 2023. So this is an index of how we will be explaining the movements from the 2022 to the 2023 financial year in terms of how we've performed, showing the actual and the percentage changes. Next slide, please. Thanks. So this is an analysis of our statement of financial performance. So in terms of our revenue, starting with the revenue from the rendering of services, there was a decline in the amount recognized as revenue from the prior year to the 2023 financial year, largely attributed to the number of projects that were completed within that financial year, which saw a 55% decline in the revenue from services. In terms of the recoveries, we had an increase in the recoveries as compared to the previous financial year. Recoveries mostly is attributed to the recoveries of bad debt. So these are the debtors that we had written off that we subsequently recovered in the 2023 financial year. Also on other recoveries such as staff bursaries where staff has left and other recoveries that we've made during the year. Then in terms of the interest, we saw an increase in the interest collected during the financial year, largely attributed to the cash reserves that we've got, that we've had throughout the financial year, and the favorable interest rates throughout the financial year, which saw then a 48% increase in the interest received. Moving on to the grants from the prior year, that's 2022 to 2023, the revenue or the grant we received increased by 4%, which translated to 1.3 million. Onto our expenditure, the personnel cost for the 2023 year as compared to the prior year decreased by 10%. This is attributed to the vacancies within the organization that we experienced during the financial year. Also, then some of the activities or some of the activities, yes, was then outsourced, and then the move then in personnel-related cost moved to our operating expenditure line item. Then in terms of depreciation, this reflects the usage of our assets throughout the year. In finance cost, this is an accounting entry related to the finance lease that we've got. The lease started actually in the 2022 financial year. It's then explains the sharp increase where we had the lease for the full year in the 2023 financial year. That's then the 33,000 difference between the two financial years. The increase then on our operating lease, this is the lease for the office accommodation in line with the inflationary increases as the contract as well. It's a 7% increase between the 2022 and 23 financial year. The debt impairment, another accounting entry that we pass at the end of the financial year, where we assess the collectability of our receivables as at the end of the year. So this amount saw a sharp increase in our debtors from 45,600 to 176,000 in the 2023 financial year. Our operating expenses increased by 10 million. This is as a result of concluding on projects that were outstanding in the prior financial year. The notable ones is on the eco-labeling that the CEO mentioned that we managed to finalize during the financial year and are in the process of implementing. So most of the projects that we had as outstanding we managed to conclude in the 2023 financial year, resulting then in the increase in expenditure. So overall, the surplus or the deficit for the year is the 3.16. That's coming from a surplus of 5.5 in the 22 financial year, but as indicated, it's attributed to the projects that were outstanding as at the end of the 2022 financial year that we managed to finalize during the 2023 financial year. Then that saw 157% decrease of 8.761 between the two financial years. Next slide, please. Then moving on to the statement of financial position. So this reflects our balances as at the end of the financial year. We'll start with the assets on receivables, an increase of receivables of 2 million. This comprises mainly of deposits that were made, and the debtors, those are the people that still owe us money as at year end, and the prepayments on contractual matches that we had as at the end of the year. In cash and cash equivalents, decrease of 2.4 on the balance as compared to the 22 financial year. We were sitting at 25.496 as at the end of the 2023 financial year. Moving on to our non-current assets, a slight increase in the balance of our property, plant and equipment that reflects then the usage of our assets and the aging of our assets between the two financial years. An increase in our intangible asset is attributed to the registered trademark on the eco-labeling that we mentioned earlier. We managed to also register the trademark of that specific project that we are undertaking. Then the receivables, the two receivables amounts are those were then concluded or were realized in the next financial years, therefore the resulting in the balance moving to zero in the 2023 financial year. On our liabilities, we also made some progress with regards to our Green Building Rating 2 project, where we, in the prior year, had to perform a feasibility study on the Green Building Rating 2. That project was finalized in the 23 financial year, that then resulted in the decrease in that balance that we've had reflecting in our books for a couple of years. So we're looking forward to the rolling out of that project within Agrément. Payables, this reflects the payables. So these are the creditors that we owed as at year end. From the prior year, we've had a 57% increase, but all these payables were then settled within, after year end, settled within the 30 days compliance timeline that we've got. Then the finance lease obligation, as alluded to earlier, this reflects the asset that we've got under a finance lease that started in the 22-20 financial year. And the movement in the balance is as the lease period draws to conclusion. Then the net asset then that we are reflecting is at the end of the period is 22.2 million as compared to the 25.3 million that we had in the previous financial year, resulting in a decrease of 3.16 in the current year. Chair, this reflects that what this is reflecting is the movement in the projects that have been long outstanding, and us trying to utilize the funds that we've got to conclude on projects and make sure that we achieve our targets as set out in the strategic plan. Thank you, Chair. CEO.
Yeah.
Thanks, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Chairperson, in conclusion, that Agrément South Africa continue to contribute towards the national imperatives and global sustainability by undertaking technical assessments of innovative construction-related products and systems. Agrément South Africa provides technical assessments of system performance, facilitate the safe introduction of innovative construction-related products and systems, and facilitate the global acceptance of innovative products and systems, and provides independent and authoritative technical assurance of fitness for purpose. Chairperson, this is what Agrément continue to do, and we continue to set the standards in the world. As of now, South Africa hold the records of having the largest or the tallest building or apartments or hotel of 12 floors made up of hempcrete. The record was before South Africa, it was held by the Netherlands with 8 floors. And prior to that, it was Italy on the 6 floors. So this is where we play in the world globally, and we continue to assist our African countries in terms of adopting and accepting the innovative products and systems. Most countries in Africa are using the Agrément certified products and systems to improve their lives and using these innovative products for their benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mahaki, Dr. Somanje, CFO, for this presentation. Can you please remove the screen now so that CEO, can you? Yeah, thank you so much. I now invite honorable members to ask questions, comments on the report of Agrément SA. Let me check. Honorable Tring, Honorable Matebula. It's those two hands so far. Honorable Tring and Honorable Matebula.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, let me also welcome the presentation and also the unqualified Auditor General report. that Agrément has received, although it comes with some findings or qualifications or matters that need to be addressed. Chair, the mandate of Agrément is to develop innovative products for use in the construction industry, so as to reduce costs, I suppose, without reducing safety standards. Now, with some really great innovations coming from Agrément, what would Agrément indicate are the impediments to the uptake of some of the innovations in the construction industry? So what innovations are there that could be used but are not being used, and why is that so? Secondly, what key innovations, similar to the first question, are ready but are not being taken up by government departments, and if this is the case, why is it so? Does Agrément share its non-standardized innovations with civil society and the private sector? So this question is, if government is slow and sister departments are slow on the uptake, are the innovations, the non-standardized innovations, shared also with civil society and the private sector? And if yes, which are these innovations, and if not, why? Then with regards to the irregular expenditure, what was the nature and the scope of irregular expenditure? I think it was in the region of about 3 million or so. And what measures have been taken to address it? And included in those measures, consequence management. If we could hear what consequence management steps have been taken to address the irregular expenditure. And then concerning the many targets with respect to optimized use of non-standardized construction-related projects and systems that were not achieved, and there were quite a few targets that were not achieved relating to the non-standardized construction-related projects and systems. What measures have been put in place to ensure that there's not a repetition of these targets not being achieved? And then finally, Chair, the rendering of services declined by some 55%, or I think it was about 1.5 million. And then we've also seen a regression in finances, which results in a deficit of some 3.1 million compared to a surplus of 5.5 million in 2022. What innovations or what measures are being put in place to turn this around, and what is Agrément's current cash flow situation looking like? Thank you, Chair.
Can I come in, Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Trink, Honorable Matebula.
No, thank you very much, briefly, Chair. Let me join Honorable Trink on welcoming the report, and also I want to join him on commending the entity on obtaining unqualified auditors report. And of course, as indicated, that with matters, Chair, for I think that those matters are going to be attended on the specified time as they are indicated in the report. And I must also say, Chair, that Agrément has been doing quite very well. I just hope that they are going to be able to up their game on the auditor's opinion, and because they are a step closer to a clean audit. So we are hoping that come the next 2023-2024 auditor's opinion, we are going to get a clean audit. Chair, I also need to commend that out of the 100% of the recommendations that were given to them, they were able to implement 83% of it. That's a good thing. And I must also, Chair, indicate that I also have realized from their report that they had a target of projects of about 17 projects. And out of 17 projects, they were able to carry out 10 of them. And the reasons given with regard to the 7 which were not carried out, I must say, Chair, that they do carry a weight. They are reasonable. And we hope that they will be able to, to deal with this thing. May become the next financial year, or even before the end of this financial year. Chair, then, well, there was an indication that they dropped in terms of, receiving revenue with about 55%, which relates to rendering of services. So now, I just want to check that how does this affect in terms of their performance, and also paying for expenses that they maybe budgeted that they are going to cover, but now there is a shortfall or a drop in revenue of 55%. And also, Chair, I think it's worrying that in 2022, they had a surplus of 5 million, and then now they are, and then they dropped to 3 million, which is something that does not augur well. Now, I just want to check what exactly are the underlying causes, or what is the underlying cause or causes that has made them to drop, and do they see themselves improving from this? And lastly, Chair, is with regard to payables, which happen within, within 30 days, because that's what Chair, their policy talk to, and all departments and all entities, that they have to comply with the 30 days payment of services that are rendered, goods and services that are rendered to the entity, of which this it is a good thing that they are implementing it in accordance to our expectation. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Matabula. Honorable Suisa.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I'm still trying to figure out actually how the public or how government is benefiting from Agrément SA. And I'm trying to grasp it, and I've been trying to grasp it for the past, I think, 4 years. And I still can't find it as to what is the role of Agrément. And this is just a comment, and I think I've been doing this comment for the past 4 years, as to South African public is not benefiting from Agrément SA. Yes, they are testing material, but I ask myself, some of the material that they are testing, especially for novice entrepreneurs that are taking an endeavor into construction, how many of their products that they take to Agrément SA for testing, and then they approve to say they are meeting the standard. How many of those is Agrément SA actually trying to organize a meet together or a workshop or a dialogue or just a meet and greet between the big construction companies and these entrepreneurs that are trying to endeavor into construction, with coming up with innovative ways, because you still find that houses are still built with bricks, the normal bricks that you buy, whether at Build It or at Max Sand and Stones, at a Cash Build. We are still seeing the old same system of building houses, still seeing 80%, 90% of the old same system of building schools, of building toilets, because Agrément SA is actually sponsored or is getting money from the Department of Public Works. But I feel like we are not getting value for the money because we are not getting anything in return as the public of South Africa from Agrément SA. So I'm still trying to grasp how, maybe they can tell me, how are South Africans actually benefiting? The low incoming South Africans that are living under the poverty line, how are they actually benefiting from Agrément SA? Because of, according to my opinion, we are not benefiting anything from Agrément SA. Whatever that they're doing it for themselves. And all the way throughout, they are also benefiting from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure by every financial year, giving them the grant that they need for them to move forward. But what do we get in return from Agrément SA? That's where my problem is, Chair. And as Honorable Matebula and Honorable Tring have also alluded, there's a decrease that is reflecting the decrease in revenue. Instead of getting something in return, it's still going down and down and down. And I ask myself, in the coming financial year, what's going to happen? So maybe, Chair, maybe they can refresh my memory as to how does a South African citizen that stays in Alexander or Tembisa benefit, or in rural Etobo benefit from Agrément SA after they've tested their material. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Siwisa. I don't see any other hand. Agrément SA continues to be one of the best performing entities in the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. But I think, as chairperson of the board indicated, that I don't know whether it was chair or the CEO, that out there Agrément is doing so much work within Africa and the world, citing, of course, what they've done so far. And we know that you have at least upped on the issue of marketing yourselves. There are billboards, you having programs so that you are known in South Africa. But when can we also, as South Africans, just like those countries in the world, see a building that we can proudly all say that this building was done through a certification of Agrément SA, that is the material used there. And I think one other thing that we said, now this is going, it's a comment, in fact, but to the department, that on the issue of the upgrading of the villages, especially when you talk of Acacia Park, where you still have a prefab houses with a roof of asbestos. We have said this several times. I will add it again today, that why don't you then, as the department, ask for a certification from Agrément, so that whatever materials are being used here, it's not the brick and cement that we always know, but one of the innovations of Agrément SA. We really appreciate the way that you are performing. I think my colleagues, the honorable members that have said questions and raised comments have covered me in many issues that I wanted to say. Over to you, Agrément.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think one of the disadvantages of being online is that you don't get to know exactly who is in the room. My apologies, Chair. I believe that the Deputy Minister is also with us, so may I acknowledge then the Deputy Minister. Honorable Chair and Honorable members, may I try and deal with the strategic ones as well as the technical questions. I will try and combine questions from Honorable Tring and Honorable Suisa at the same time. Right. And this is with regards to the innovations and the benefits and what is actually currently being used out there. You are absolutely right in Honorable Tring in terms of the mandate of Agrément South Africa. And yes, there are quite a number of other impediments in introducing any new technology in the marketplace. But the one thing that we have observed within Agrément is that most of our products, they are actually having an impact out there. And the impact is actually in the social infrastructure space. And when we talk about social infrastructure, we are actually referring more to your clinics, your schools, some of the police stations, etc. All those type of social infrastructure. There is a very good uptake of the innovative technologies or the non-standardized construction technologies. You go and see most of the student accommodation that are being used, they are all using non-standardized construction technologies. So you see 3, 4, 10, 20-story buildings being constructed in these technologies. Like the CEO also mentioned, one of the buildings in Cape Town, which is constructed from hemp, right? Hemp, it's actually the largest building in the world, built from innovative building technologies. Student accommodation at University of Pretoria, right? If you go there, many 20, 30-story buildings, student accommodation, they are also in these technologies. And there are many other type of technologies that are used all over. But we are also not talking, Agrément is not only about building technologies, but all the construction-related technologies, which includes also the road technologies, materials used in the roads, bridge decks, right? The joints used in the bridge decks, as well as even the IT software that is used in the construction technologies. So there are many, many software applications that have actually been used that are certified by Agrément South Africa. But however, in the human settlement space, that is where you find the biggest challenge in the uptake of technologies. Why is that so? We've actually highlighted earlier on in the previous and said, in the human settlement space, the problem is with social acceptability of the product. So from an Agrément perspective, we do several comprehensive tests, which includes your fire, your stability, does it fall down, is it going to be durable for the next 50 years, 100 years? We do all such type of tests. So technically, those products meet the relevant national building regulations and national building standards. But however, some of these products are not socially acceptable from the perspective that some of them have got this knock-on effects. You knock on the wall, it sounds hollow, right? And from the end user perspective, that knock-on effect actually believe, the end user would probably believe that it's not strong enough, although you've actually done a lot of tests on that. So we have actually tried to partner, or we have actually partnered with National Department of Human Settlements in developing up standards, in developing up policies and procedures for the uptake of these technologies in the space of human settlements. Right? Currently, I think they have actually adopted the performance standards of Agrément for the temporary residential units as well as for the emergency housing. If you look into the papers I've seen in the last 2-3 weeks, there are many tenders going out there which are specifically requiring innovative building technologies to be used for the temporary residential units as well as for emergency housing. We have also partnered, I think CEO highlighted earlier on that we have partnered with the NHBRC and intending to partner with Infrastructure South Africa. NHBRC is the regulator in the home building industry, and our intent is actually to try and push the technology in the human settlement space through the NHBRC. So there are many initiatives that we're actually trying to do in that human settlement space, taking into account then that social acceptability is one of the challenges. But in the other spaces, we believe then that there is good uptake of these specific technologies. So, Chair, Honorable Chair, if honorable members are interested, we can always give them sites where they can actually go and visit some of these interesting projects that are actually happening. In Lanseria, next to Lanseria Airport, they are busy actually developing. There's a lot of upmarket houses that are actually using innovative building technologies. But actually the uptake is actually more of a challenge in the low-income sector. So we will probably need to actually come up, I agree, with a strategy in which we have to deal with the low-end market and make sure then that there is a good uptake in those technologies. So, Chair, I think maybe if I can ask the CEO to just deal with CEO and CFO to deal with the financial aspects, while I just look at the other questions that I may not have answered, and I'll get back to those questions after the CEO and CFO have dealt with the financials. CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. And there was another question in terms of does ALSA share its product or certified products with civil society and the private sector? The answer is yes. We do share our database of certified products and systems, and we also participate at the steering committee, which is a roadmap for its science, technology, and innovation for sustainable human settlement. This steering committee, it's actually it's led by CSIR, sponsored by the Department of Human Settlement and Department of Science and Innovation. And in this steering committee, we've got the SALGA, CSIR, we've got the department themselves, we've got NHBRC, and we've got other entities that we are sharing the database. This is to further diffuse the technology. In other words, we want to spread the technology so that the public become aware and to know what is actually being delivered so that they can further increase the uptake of technology. Just to add on the matter that Honorable Sylvester indicated in terms of what are the benefits, as the chairperson has indicated, that the benefits are huge. When we look at the water and sanitation products, the Amalulu, which is the sanitation products that are being implemented by the municipalities in the rural communities, those are the products that were certified by Agrément South Africa. when we go around our rural communities, we will see a green water tank, differing in size. Some are 500, 750, and 1,000 liter, and 5, and so forth. They are green. They are also written there, certified by Agrément South Africa. Some of them are called Africa tanks. Some are called Jojo tanks. Those tanks are certified by Agrément, and it's to the benefit of the public. There are water tanks, wheelbarrow. The tank is designed in a wheelbarrow where they fill up to 25 liters and push the water, as we know that we've got problems with water in some other communities, and those are certified by Agrément. And these are some of the benefits that the ordinary public on the streets are benefiting from the innovation that Agrément continue to indicate. These are indicating, Chair, that there's lots of benefits in terms of who benefits. But the question that was further raised was that who are the innovators, the novice, who can benefit from Agrément South Africa? Why do we make sure that we maintain the standards of ensuring that we continue to minimize the risk of using this product by continuing to run rigorous tests? We also make sure that whatever application we received, we assess it. And of late, we received, of course, the applicants from young innovators, and we gave them conditional certificates while certain conditions are still to be met, and we continue to support them so as they can set an example for any other innovators out there to say if they have put their mind and document their product, they can get the certifications. And we continue to encourage everyone to approach us to see how we can assist them to get certifications so as they can further improve the lives of South Africans out there. And that is, Chair, as to how we can we ensuring who are South Africans that are benefiting. But just to add, and of late we were approached by South African Police Services so as we assist them into specify what innovative materials or products they can specify in their bid documents so as they can build, as the chairperson has indicated, they can build this innovative product in terms of police stations or correctional services infrastructure in terms of using this. So we participate and work closely with the Department of Human Settlement. And we are in the process of implementing some of these innovative products and systems with the departments, public works and infrastructure departments, in terms of looking at the road products, implementing the road products in repairing the potholes that we are experiencing in some of the district municipalities. This is now, it starts to roll out in terms of what the certified products and systems that are Agrément certified, where it's used, what is its benefits. We know the impact of pothole, the safety that it poses, and by implementing these innovative products, we can save lives. And I think in as far as this is concerned, we reported, and in terms of the building that members can say that this is the building that is used by innovative product. I think the chairperson of the board indicated in terms of the school accommodation, student accommodation, but the major one that is in the world records, it's at Harrington 84, right in Cape Town. So it's something that South Africa is proud of in terms of its innovative products. And I will then let CFO to respond on the financial matter. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. I'll start with a question relating to the irregular expenditure. The instances of irregular expenditure that we've reported as a result of it's as a result of a lack of contract management that we've experienced. These are old contracts that were entered into. However, the renewal or the variations on those contracts was not done in line with the National Treasury prescripts, therefore resulting in irregular expenditure. To date, I can report that we have actually done the necessary processes in line with the irregular expenditure framework as released by the National Treasury. We have done the determination tests with the assistance of the internal auditors that have reviewed our submissions. Then we've also instituted the correct consequence management and put in the preventative controls to ensure that going forward, such instances do not reoccur. We are making sure that every transaction that comes through is properly reviewed, and for each and every tender that we put out, we get the internal auditors to review every stage of the process so that by the time we commit the organization, all control or all compliance matters are dealt with, and that we do not have irregular expenditure going forward. So, Chair, there is a lot of work that we are doing around those old balances and making sure that in the future as well going forward, we don't have repeat findings, we don't have any new instances of irregular expenditure coming through. Also, we are attending trainings from the National Treasury where all our staff members, it was mandatory that they attend the training, and so that they also know the impact of non-compliance with the National Treasury prescripts. So it's we actively managing compliance to ensure that we don't have irregular expenditure in our books going forward. It's if you look at our audit report, it's the only matter that prevented us from getting a clean audit. So in order to move towards that achievement of a clean audit, we are actively managing compliance matters to ensure that we don't have these findings going forward. Then in terms of the decline in revenue, yes, we have seen a decline in the revenue recognized from the rendering of services. So our revenue is comprised of the project fees. So that's the amount that the certificate holders pay in order to get their product certified with us, and we also then charge them an annual fee. So we have seen a slight decline in that amount based on the new applications that we've received, but also because it is revenue recognized as and when projects are finalized. So when we receive a project in the current year, if it's not yet finalized as at the end of the year, the full revenue related to that specific application would not be recognized in that year. It will only be recognized as and when the project is finalized. So there is a timing impact as well with regards to the revenue recognition, but we are also just monitoring that. If I can tie it in with the member's question on how then that affects our expenditure. So we monitor very closely our budgets and our cash flows to ensure that all commitments, all purchases are done in line with the available funds. So we don't commit the organization without ensuring that we will be able to settle those invoices. So we are actively managing that through monthly management accounts and cash flow projections to ensure that the revenue that we've got, the revenue that we have collected will be able to settle our bills as and when they fall due and within the compliance time frame of 30 days. We are also working on increasing our revenues. We have launched the eco-labeling project that will see us receiving new applications from the public for the eco-labeling standards. So that is moving, it's actually becoming one of our flagship projects where we will then start receiving applications, new applications for these eco-labels that we've launched we launched this project actually in September 2022. So we are actively also marketing that or in the process of marketing that project so that we are able to increase our revenues going forward and thereby reduce the dependence on the government grant. We also mentioned the green building rating tool, which is the prior year we concluded on the feasibility study of that. So we're working very closely with the department in terms of how we between the department and Agrément can work on implementing that project that will also see us generate revenues in the coming financial year, so that it can also assist in the reliance with the reduction in the reliance on the grant. So there are a couple of initiatives that we are putting in place to ensure that our ratio of our own revenue to a grant received from the department is reduced, so that we become a financially sustainable entity and no longer rely solely on the grant that we receiving from the department. Just checking my notes. I think I've covered the questions. If there's anything else, CEO, you assist there, but I think that would be it from my side. Thanks.
Thanks, CFO and CEO. Chairperson, I think, Honorable Chair, I think there's one question that Honorable Tring and Honorable Matebula highlighted, which we might have missed out, and that is to do with what measures should we put in place to address some of those KPIs, particularly related to the non-standardized assessment and certification. And yes, 7 out of the 17 projects, we did not attain them within the stipulated time frame. I would want to agree that there is certainly room for improvement, and certainly we should be able to put innovative ways in which we can ensure that we do achieve those targets. The one challenge that we have in terms of this KPI is that a system owner comes to the Agrément South Africa. This is my product. The product is tested. There are many tests that we run. The product fails on one of the tests. So when they come, you either comply or you don't comply. We can take a hard rule which says you don't comply, we don't issue you with a certificate. You comply, we issue with a certificate. We can do 100% on that. But however, what we normally do is that if the product is not complying and has failed 1 or 2 of the performance tests, we then advise the system owner on how to enhance the product so that it complies. By so doing, we end up actually taking much more time than the normal stipulated time for us to assess and certify the products. So it is from that perspective that you probably find then that there are certain projects that we cannot complete within the agreed timeframes. But moving forward, I think we need to be able to look at it in a much better and innovative way on how we can assist and make sure that the assessment and the certification is done within a reasonable timeframe. Chair, I think we have covered the questions, and I don't know if there are any other further questions, but I can hand back to you, Chair, the Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to your team, CEO and CFO, for these clear, detailed responses from all the questions that were asked by the honorable members. I had to just check honorable members. Last time, I didn't see honorable, Alexander's hand that was up. But I can see now that, there is no other hand that is up. Thank you again, honorable members, for your dedicated and probing questions to this entity. Yes, you're doing good, and thank you Chairperson of the board, for pointing out to me of this building that is in Cape Town. That has been done through a certification of Agrément and all these products that are out there. So we really need to be proud, but more has to be done. You have, in fact, the ground is very fertile for you, especially when we're moving to green. So I think you have a very fertile ground to ensure that more certification are done by Agrément SA. On that note, honorable members, the DM just sent me a message. I think he sent it around 1:20 saying that he's going to be in a flight at 1:30. So she is no longer with us. She was with us when we started the meeting, but she is no longer with us. On that note, we are having 2 meetings tomorrow again, honorable members. As I indicated to you on Tuesday, that these 3 days we will be having a full day. Yesterday we had 2 meetings, today and tomorrow we'll be having 2 meetings again. So please keep up the spirit and this vigor, so that even when you interact with tomorrow's presentation, you are still in this spirit. On that note, honorable members, in the absence of any announcement, we adjourn the meeting.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members.
Thank you, Chair.
You.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
Chair.
Members.
Thanks.
Thank